Let's get ready to make some art. Okay, just checking these volume levels there. You let me know how that is. Okay, welcome to my studio, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to be making another painting by another one of my very favorite artists. And today we're going to be looking at a comic book artist. Now, we've talked about a few comic book artists in the past, and we will continue talking about some comic book artists in the future. But for some people, comic book artists aren't the same as real artists who paint on canvas or paper or whatever. Personally, I don't see it that way, but if that's your point of view, well then, as we paint today's painting, we can talk about it, you can leave stuff in the comments, and I hope to prove that myth wrong throughout this process. So today we're going to be talking about Joe Shuster. Joe Shuster is the artist who is credited with having invented Superman, along with his best friend, Jerry Siegel. And the two of them created this character who really was the very first real superhero. There's people will have been arguing about this for the past 100 years, or 80 years since Superman was created. But really, Superman ushered in the superhero genre. Like, so it's one thing to create a character, it's a whole other thing to create a character that creates a whole genre, the superhero genre, which so it was pretty soon after Batman or Superman was created that we had Batman, and then before you know it, Marvel and all the characters from Marvel are being created. And really, the comic book industry was born with Superman. Now, Superman was not the first comic book character or comic book, but really, Superman was one of the very first comic book characters to have his own comic book. And because prior to Superman, most comic books were just the Sunday or Saturday morning cartoons in newspapers that were just reconfigured and jammed together into, like, what would you call it, like an almanac or something, right? Because not everybody bought the newspaper every day, so, newspaper companies are like, well, what if we just take all this material that's been printed that just goes into the recycling bin and we just repackage it and turn it into a book, a comic book, a book full of comics, and sell it to people that way. And actually, Joe Shuster and Siegel were really some of the very first people to make an original comic book that wasn't a reprint of previous things. And then it was very soon after that they created Superman. We'll get into the whole story of Superman here, but I just think it's super fascinating. So here's the image that we're going to be painting. And I've also created an outline of that same image, which you can print out, and I'll show you where you can get that. And I know for some people this is like, familiar information, but roughly 60% of the people that are watching me right now are people that have never seen me before, have no idea what I'm talking about, so forgive the repetition, but so if you click on a link below, it says a Dropbox link for the outline, and you can see here's a bunch of the other artists that we've already painted. You'll probably recognize some of them, and you'll probably won't recognize a bunch of them, and that's part of my goal, is to introduce you to a whole bunch of really, really, really important artists. And I would say Joe Shuster certainly is one of them. If you consider that superhero movies are the most, the biggest box office draw these days, basically holding the movie industry afloat, and it's really this guy who created the visual aspect of it that began that whole boom. I also, below there's a link to a private Facebook page, and I encourage you to join that, because not only do you see the posts that I put up there about each artist that we're going to be featuring for each episode. But there is a great community of artists who are painting along with me in real time, or painting along with me 6-7 months later, and uploading their versions of the painting to the Facebook page and getting great feedback and support and encouragement from all the other people around the world that are participating in this great community. So I'm love to see your your images here. Like, what's also really cool is people are not only just making the painting like we're going to make today, but painting their own things or things inspired by other classes. So here's like Charmai's version of the Wu Guangzhang painting, or we covered Wu Guangzhang 3 weeks ago, and she's gotten really into him as an artist and is making more paintings by him, which is, I think, super exciting. And then there's Josh, who I see in the comments there. He's painting away, painting. I don't know how many paintings you paint every day, Josh. 1 or 2? 4? I mean, every day there's like a couple more on here. Anyway, let's kind of quickly talk about our artist. I'm not going to go through his whole bio because we'll do that throughout the episode. Joe Shuster was born in Toronto, so he is a Canadian. Although, where did as I was doing a bit of research for the episode, I thought this was kind of interesting. Joe Shuster and Hal Foster, who's another author, Canadian or not? And this is kind of interesting article, just sort of talking about who he was and his relationship to Canada, because he moved to the United States, to Cincinnati, I think, at age 9 or 10, and so, you know, a lot of American people would call him an American. Let's jump in. This is a great comic book. I don't have it, but I had it. I read it. I got it from the library. I encourage you, if you're interested, to learn a little bit more about his story. It's a great. Let me see. Just make that a little bit bigger on the screen. It's an illustrated biography of Joe Shuster, and kind of talks about the what is ultimately a very tragic life, and we'll get into that as we go as well. Like, because Joe Shuster, and to a lesser extent his best buddy Jerry Siegel, have a tragic trajectory. They created really, arguably, one of the most famous, most iconic images and characters of all time, not just in comic books, but if you ask people, if you show people anywhere around the world a picture of Superman and a picture of their political leader or religious figure, you know, the vast majority of people are going to know who Superman is, right? That's a pretty amazing feat if you think about it. I mean, I think more people would recognize Superman than Mona Lisa, or I mean, yeah, we could go down the list of things, but anyway, let's just take a quick look here. I mean, you could see Superman as a, I didn't think of showing it here, but let's see, we could see, so here's an original drawing by Joe Shuster, very similar to the painting we're making today, but like the look of Superman has changed dramatically to the point where, I'm not going to scroll through all of that. What do I want to show? That the look of Superman has changed so dramatically that most recently there was talk of Nicolas Cage playing Superman in a movie directed by Tim Burton, who directed the original, or the 1980s 88 version of Batman, which it didn't turn out, but can you imagine? That would be actually a really cool movie now that I think about it. Okay, so let's jump in here. I want to transfer this image onto a canvas. So the way that I do this is, where's my, let me see. No, I want this and that. Why strange. Okay, so what I have here is a blank canvas. All right, so this is a Fixsmith brand. If you want to buy this exact one, there's a link down below. And what I do before every episode, actually I do this not before every episode, but I do this every month or so. I take about 20 of them, and I take them out of the plastic. You can buy the exact same thing at your dollar store. The ones this is actually a $2 canvas as opposed to a $1 canvas that I bought through Amazon, and I actually think the quality is more than double for double the price. It's just it holds water. If you're going to get your paintings really wet, just spending that extra dollar on a better canvas panel. And then I take some white gesso and I brush it on there and I just let it sit overnight. And the reason I do that is I want this to be as smooth as possible, to the point where I often paint on panels, on wood that doesn't even have canvas on there, because personally I don't like that weave too much. I find it, especially if you're doing small details, it can be a real pain. So I put some gesso on it, I just brush it on, and this is some 220 grit sandpaper. Okay, I love seeing all the people from all over the world in the chat there. Joshua down in the United States, he says from the south side in the USA. Lori from South Central Canada. Soling Lee from Holland in Amsterdam. Dolores here in Vancouver. She says, close to where Michael lives and even closer to Emily Carr University, where he's an art instructor. And then Paula says, hi from Alberta, which is the province right next to us, for those of you outside of Canada. Okay, so I've got a nice gessoed canvas. You see, I like to just wipe off all that powder onto my arm. And that tells me also how much smoother this canvas is. Okay, so let's center this on here. Now, this is a quite detailed picture. I'm not going to put anywhere near the amount of detail in this outline on my canvas. Well, actually, I wouldn't even recommend you do it either, because if you're going to paint it like me, you're going to paint over a lot of this. So, also, I have completely changed my audio setup. So now I have my microphone hanging down from the ceiling, as opposed to buttoned onto my collar here. So let me know if the volume's too loud or too quiet, or if there's too much hiss or static or noise, or if it sounds just right, or you didn't even notice the difference. That would be great. I wonder if that's happening or not. I don't know. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a piece of carbon paper, and you can buy this from any art supply store. Should have it. It may not look like that. It might sometimes. Originally, when I used to buy this stuff, it used to come on a roll, but it's a much more niche product than it used to be when I first started using it 20 years ago. Okay, so I'm going to take a red pencil just because I want to be able to see the lines I've already drawn on the page here. And I'm going to quickly do the outline here. So sometimes I like doing this in advance and then just playing a quick time lapse of it, but I don't always have that extra little bit of time to do that. So we'll do that and do it in real time today. Basically what I'm going to do is just really outline the major parts of the body here. And doing the chains that you see him breaking out of, that is going to be probably the most time-consuming part of today's episode. So I could also see some people saying, you know what, I'm just going to draw Superman kind of flexing his muscles, and I'm just going to omit the chains entirely. And if you want to do that, that would work totally fine as well, right? Remember, even though this is a painting by Joe Shuster, or the image is originally by Joe Shuster, by you making a painting of it, right, it becomes your painting. Not that you own the rights to the picture and that you're going to sell it and get a cut of that billion-dollar movie franchise, but that, you know, if it's going to go on your wall and you've made it, you can certainly use this as an opportunity to make some changes. Like, I could see some people saying, you know what, I like, you know, this original image, but instead of making Superman, I'm going to turn it into just a muscle man, or into, I'm going to put a family member's face on there and give it to them as a present, or, you know, there's plenty of possibilities that you could explore while doing this particular artwork. And I think some people, you know, become afraid of doing something like that they're going to offend the artist, or, you know, it's sacrilege to do something like that. Well, I mean, possibly with some images, I suppose, some kind of religious images, but I personally think when it comes to art, that you should be free to explore and to take some chances and really to have some fun, right? I mean, that's what it's all about, is being able to, you know, have a little bit of a break from the often difficulty or monotony of everyday life. And for me anyway, making art is a great way of relieving tension, of expanding my mind and learning new things, often learning new things about myself, right? Which can be exciting and can also be scary too, right? Sometimes we don't want to learn things about ourselves, because sometimes what we learn is stuff that we don't want to know, right? Or we're afraid to know, or we've been trying to not think about. But art generally reveals very positive things about ourselves, things that give us courage in other aspects of our lives. So, for instance, you know, if you make a painting that you're really happy with, it can give you confidence in other areas of your life. So you might say, like, oh, wow, I actually can do this. I did a pretty good job with this whole art thing. Well, maybe, you know, I could, I don't know, learn to drive, or, you know, take up a different hobby, like violin or tennis, or those kinds of things, right? And that's why I really like making art. Well, and that's, I mean, honestly, why art is such an important thing for education, for little children as well. I've worked many times in schools. I've gone to schools and done presentations where the whole school assembles in the gymnasium. I've done that, I don't know how, dozens and dozens of times, and that is so cool, just talking to, like, not only the kids too, but also to the adults about the importance of art, and how it can also make some changes in their lives as well. Okay, let's just take a look at this. This is also why I tape it down, because if I tape it down, I can move it around. So there's the image as it is right now. So I could see some people saying, you know what, that's actually kind of cool. Like, I could just do that painting. To the extent that I'm just thinking now, I could just, let's see. I think I'm going to do the whole... I don't know. It is... It's interesting. Let's see these two side by side now that I've got this traced out. It is... Ooh, that is hard to say. I don't know. I think I'll do the chain on there, because there's probably some people who have already done the chain, and they're like, wait a second, Michael. Are you going to throw a fast one at us right now? And you're going to switch it up? So let's... how am I... I'm just going to... As I do this, I'm just going to kind of quickly outline this, because I also don't think, like... This is some detail that is going to be really tricky for, I think, most beginner artists to pull off. Including myself, like doing... I mean, you can do anything if you've got an unlimited amount of time. But if we want to try to do this exactly as it is, it will require some patience. So, and even if I've traced it already, I could decide to change my mind and not paint it. I could just literally paint it right out. So let's think about this as we go here. So yeah, you can see I'm not doing all of the detail of these chains. We'll reserve that. Oh, I think I missed this muscle and these knees. That's why I also like when after I'm done, I just take a quick look. Is there anything egregious missing there? It looks good. There is his shirt. Okay, and little things like this that got cut off on the top. You know, if that happened, you can either just move the carbon paper up or just draw it later. It's not the end of the world there, right? Okay. So let's peel this off, and then we're going to get the paint out and begin the real part of the class here. Okay, so let's grab our paint palette. One of the things, let's zoom out here. Like taking this. That helps me when I've got a bunch of paint on there. I can remember which way is kind of north. That's my my needle. Not that I've seen plenty of color wheels where the yellow is on the bottom, where because the way I'm going to put the paint on, I have my yellows here, my reds here, and my blues here. I've seen the yellows on the bottom, the reds on the right. I mean, there's no correct way of doing it. Although I've seen many people, there's many people who will tell you that there is one true way of doing it, which is absolutely false. There's just, people have been arguing about the quote-unquote the color wheel for about 500 years. In the Western world, anyway. Actually, to be honest, that's actually kind of interesting. I haven't really thought about how other cultures, Eastern cultures, have how they define like the color spectrum. If they use a wheel, or that's something. I gotta look at that, because I'm really interested in color and color theory, and really a big part of this course in this class comes out of me wanting to really explore this particular palette that I've been using for a while and really see if it holds water. Man, you can be the judge. We've done most of the most famous paintings in art history over the past 8 months, and I don't know, we can do them all with these 6 colors I'm about to put down here. Now, actually, even before we jump into the colors, it's probably worth just a quick chat onto what colors or how we're going to approach today's painting. So, generally what I do is I put down generally what I do is I put down a warm ground to start, which is standard practice for most artists over the past, Western artists over the past 500 years who are painting on panels or canvas. People who are painting on murals, who are doing frescoes, different thing altogether, totally different process of painting. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put down a warm ground, and the color that I often use for that is this warm yellow. And I'm going to use this tube of paint. I like to just use my paint all the way until the very end here. So I hate throwing paint out, so let's see, what's the best way? I wonder if I just put water right in here. Okay, let's try that. I think, right? Is that? I don't know how much paint is that. I don't think there's that much paint left in here. But basically, what I do is, this is really the only time I put water in my mix water into my paint. So I've just poured, how much would you say that? A sip of water in here. And it helps make the paint just a little bit more transparent and goes onto the canvas just a little bit more quickly. So let's see how this works. So the benefit of doing this, which I say all the time, and sometimes I say I forget some things, but really the benefit of doing this is it's going to seal the pencil lines, or the carbon paper lines in this case, because it's maybe you drew it out onto the canvas, eyeballed it, or used a grid. Which, if you were wondering how to do all of those things, I taught a whole 40-episode how to draw course that's free and available to watch at your convenience here on YouTube. There's a link to it in the video description below. That was what I was up to this time last year. I was showing people how to draw. So I showed people how to draw figures, how to draw things that already exist, how to create figures, how to scale them up and down using grids, etc. So anyway, get this painted on here. So obviously it helps seal the pencil lines in, and then it also just provides, it covers all of the white of the canvas. Not that we don't want to use white in our paintings, but now we don't have to worry about little specks of white showing in if the two colors don't butt up against one another. I wonder how wet that is. I wonder if we can use some of this. Let's see if I can pour this. So it's still pretty wet. I don't know if I want to do too much painting. One thing I could do is just let this sit and dry. As some of the water starts to evaporate, it should return kind of back to normal. I wouldn't say it's going to be exactly the same as it was before I put any paint in there, but because it's probably broken down some of the chemical bonds that hold that paint together. Okay, so let's get a few more rags. I'm so excited. Over the last weekend, I tore out all of this stuff down here. There was all this garbage or storage and stuff from our family. Built all these shelves under here. Built shelves over here in front of me. It looks so much better. But of course, you can't see anything different, right? And speaking of last weekend, or speaking of weekends, this coming weekend on Sunday at 1 o'clock Pacific time, Vancouver, Los Angeles time, I'm going to do a feedback episode where we're going to talk about the art that you guys have made, both the paintings that you've created, and also, I mean, the paint, like if you did a version of Batman, or paintings that you're making on your own. So join the Facebook page, upload your images as quickly as possible, because I start compiling all of that stuff over the next few days, because it generally takes me a while, because there's a lot of art, which is a good thing. You guys are busy people, so you're always creating so many cool things for me to look at. Okay, just like to clean this up a little bit. And then I'm going to blow dry this to seal that paint in place. Okay, so the next step here will be to start actually, it's still a little bit wet in a few places, but we're going to put paint over every single thing here, so I'm not too concerned about making. The only thing I generally don't want is too many streaks over here. Sometimes, and that actually happens often when I put too much water in my paint. And then the paint is literally kind of breaking down, and then therefore it kind of clumps up a little bit. So that's why, rather than putting paint or water into your paint, you want to put a medium into your paint, like glazing fluid or slow dry medium, or literally just acrylic medium, which is basically acrylic paint without any color in it, any pigment. So with this one, let's just put the paint on the palette, and then we'll take a look at how we're gonna paint this. So I'm gonna put my warm blue on. As I always say, you basically want to put about as much paint on your palette as you'd put toothpaste on your toothbrush, right? Any more than that can be a little bit wasteful, right? You'll often find at the end of the day you're scraping a lot of paint off and throwing it in the garbage. At least the way that I paint. There are plenty of artists who paint very thickly, who use a lot of paint when they paint. They put big gobs of paint onto their canvas. And if you're doing that, then obviously you need lots of paint on your palette. But the way that I paint is generally not super thin, but I just and I would say this is also probably born out of kind of I just got this big gob of paint on there. I should have opened it and then rolled it up. Oh, I thought thought this was all wet. There we go. I guess I've got a red paintbrush now. Should I just go in and start painting red? I think that's what the universe was telling me to do right there. Okay. So, there's no particular right way of going about how to paint this. One of there's two ways to look at the challenge of today's painting. One, basically, with this image, we have a lot of flat colors, and by flat colors, I don't mean that it doesn't have to have any texture in it, but that we don't have any gradations of color. Unlike the previous episode we did on Thursday, right, the Agnes Pelton painting, which was, I'm really happy with the way that one turned out, but there was a lot of blending, a lot of very careful transitions from white to blue, from brown to red, and pink to baby blue, etc., right? And for some people that is really difficult to do. So we're not doing that today. We're doing flat colors, so there should be, if you want, no variations within that color. That can also be a little tricky for some people as well, right? Some people find it much easier to blend colors than it is to get a flat, even, solid color. So we'll talk about the best ways of doing that as we paint it. So the way that, basically what I usually do is I kind of work background to foreground, background to foreground. So I end up kind of doing it twice. I start with the background, do a little bit of painting there, then paint on the foreground, or move my way up to the very top, and then kind of go all the way back. Now with this painting, especially if we think of like how the printing process works, is generally everything is sort of one kind of, as opposed to this stratification, everything's kind of almost like puzzle pieces side by side, right? So that gives us maybe a little bit more freedom as to how we would paint it. The only rule I would say is the very, very final thing we would do is apply the black paint as outlines at the very, very end, which is also like the printing process. Depending on how you applied that yellow, I could see you just keeping the yellow around the legs, you know, with this kind of sunburst. You might be fine just leaving it, excuse me, as is. I probably will paint the figure almost completely and then do the outer edges at the very end, this orange, just so that if I happen to be brushing paint or get some on my sleeve or stuff gets on my hand and I'm stamping it around, that I don't do that at one of the first steps and then have to, now I gotta redo the edges again. I'm just like, why not just save that to the very end, and therefore there's no problem at all. And that way also this area is drawing, and I can just, or sorry, maybe let's show you this view. So that way I can just sort of paint around the edges and turn the canvas around, and I don't have to worry about even reaching over the canvas as I paint it. So, as I said, I've already got some red that I just squeezed out of the tube, so I think we could probably just paint that red right now. And I'm not going to be too, I don't have to worry about being too accurate with this initial layer of paint either. So I'm going to use just this larger brush that I got out. I might have to do possibly 2 layers of this red in order to cover up the background. The fact that I put that yellow down to start would certainly help. If this was just white that I was painting over top of, I'd be more likely to see some streaks. And it's also possible that it would mix optically with the white of that canvas and create a bit more of a pinkish kind of color. Alright, so let's zoom right in here. So I even kind of go, when I'm doing this kind of thing and I know I'm going to be doing some outlining, I often will paint a little bit over top of the lines a little bit. You know, if you make a mistake, which I'm sure I'll do here in just a second, make a quote-unquote mistake, then I can paint it out, or if I'm really quick, I can wipe it away. You can see, like, even just that blob there, right? Like, if I want, I can just take my thumb and kind of squeeze a bit of it out of the way. But you'll see me doing plenty of so-called mistakes throughout the episode. So often you can see how I recover from any kinds of difficulties as I run into them. Yeah, so again, keep in mind, there's going to be a black line going over top of all of that. So it doesn't, even if these colors don't quite meet right up side by side, that black line will do some the heavy lifting to conceal some of those kinds of things. Now, I did say that there isn't any blending. There is actually, now the more I look at this image, I do see like kind of a little shadows on the cape. And so that'll be very easy to do later on. We can just glaze a little bit on top of there and create that the shadows and the folds. That's not a problem. I wouldn't do that now. Certainly not with this initial layer. And again, this is just the warm red right out of the tube. You can see like I went over top of this line, right? So if I want, I can just smear that away and try it again. Lots of comments there in the chat. I'll take a look here in a second and see what you guys are all talking about. Okay. And even like this, you know, where I've gone outside the line, the question to myself would be, I mean, it doesn't bother me. In fact, I'll just leave this like that, because I can just paint over that and it'll disappear. I know for some people they're like, wow, that's what you consider a mistake? Oh my goodness. I mean, I wouldn't really consider that even a mistake. I don't think that's a problem, but I know some people get really, really worked up about making things perfect. And I think that means you're just being way too hard on yourself. And you see how I just painted right over these chains? I'm gonna put some white paint on there anyway. So it would just be more of a pain than anything at this point to try to paint around all of that fine detail. Now I think this brush just a little bit too thick to get into some of these smaller areas. So I'm just going to transition to a smaller brush. Although you see it's not a super small brush, because if I go too small it's just going to be I'll end up really taking way too long for this particular stage, and I get really obsessed about making things perfect. So using a bigger brush will force you to be a little bit more, well, at least it should force you. If you're using a big brush and you're still going way too slow, then it's sort of defeating the purpose. Like, I wouldn't use a house painting brush to try to do some of these details. There's the boot. What else? Oh, he's got his underwear. What, I can't remember. Is there a name they refer to this part of a superhero's costume? His briefs or something? What is there? Must be some kind of term that sounds more heroic than his underwear, right? It'd be interesting to try to make this painting without the reference painting right next to it, and try to see if you can remember what Superman's colors are, like what goes where. If I was to do that, I bet you I'd get it wrong. Like it's you know, it's, you know, I mean, I would probably, as soon as I put the paint down, go, oh yeah, you know what, the cape is red, not blue. But I bet you, you know, if we did one of those things where you went out onto the street and asked people a question and maybe got them to color it in, you'd be probably quite surprised how many people would get it quote-unquote wrong, right? Okay. Let's see. Should we? Let's do the outlining in the red around his symbol too. Let's do that real quick. Again, I'm just going right through all of the chains to the point where, again, like I said, I could be, if I was working on this and I pass like hour 4 and you're just like, oh my goodness, I'm still haven't even done the chains, well, that might be a time where you could give yourself permission to just omit the chains entirely. Not that we will be here that long, but you know, some people take a little bit longer to do this than others, and I'm sure. I forgot he's got a couple little stripes on the belt there. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just clean that up a little bit. I think that's okay. If I don't like some of these pencil lines in there, I can paint it with some white, disappears, and boom, we just move on. Okay. So, where's my... We're having a conversation, I see there in the chat, about where people are from. Deborah says, hello everyone. Hi Josh, I live in eastern Canada on the border of Ontario and Quebec and live in a bilingual city named Gatineau. We're right across the river from Ottawa, the national capital. Josh says, that is wonderful, Deborah. I bet it's cold most of the time in Quebec. Although I bet you right now in Quebec it's really hot. Quebec, especially, well, depending on where you are in Quebec, but Montreal, Montreal and like Toronto, during the summer, that's some of the hottest temperatures I've ever been in, or at least the most humid temperatures I've ever been in Montreal, like, and I lived for 12 years in Los Angeles, right? Montreal, when it gets hot, it is like, like, it's a lot like New York. You know, there was a few years ago. Every year it seems like there's people who die of, like, was it heat stroke, or you know, elderly people who are trapped in their houses. So yes, in the winter it can get very hot in Quebec. In the summer, it can get very warm. Let me see. Heidi says, "Hi everyone, I also live in the same city as Michael and Dolores, close to Vancouver's most beautiful beach and park." I wonder, is that Stanley Park? We actually have a lot of great parks in Vancouver. Speaking of living in Los Angeles, one of the things I remember when I first moved here from LA, I remember I was biking around the city, and it was just like every few blocks going through another park. Some of them weren't that big, but in Los Angeles, there's not that many parks, right? Which I think is one of the, there's Griffith's, is it not Griffith Park? Is it Griffith Park? Where the Dodgers play? No, it's been I think it's Griffith's Park. But that's Griffith's Observatory is not in Griffith. Anyway, there's not that many parks in Vancouver, or even little small. There's some big parks, but very few smaller parks. So I'm just waiting a little bit for this to dry. So I could blow dry it and we could move on, but I just want to catch up on the chat here. Heidi says, "I'd like to paint this one, but I am still on the 2 unfinished canvases of the Father, which is a challenge to me as I don't quite get it and I'm not thrilled with all that blending." Well, I would say too, first of all, if you're having trouble, there's 2 ways to go about it. If it's giving you fits, you have my permission to move on, right? I really want you, I want you to learn. There's, I think, some really important techniques in that painting, techniques that are probably a little bit more on the advanced side. As I was saying at the very end of the most recent episode, that Agnes Pelton painting we did right before this, the Awakening Memories of Father painting, it looks sort of like the Fantasia, Mickey Mouse's Fantasia hat flying over the earth. My wife calls it like the weirdest painting we've done so far. So there are some, I think, important blending techniques there. But if you're not feeling it, then maybe move on. Maybe you don't have to force yourself to do anything you don't want to do. And if blending is not a technique you can see yourself using, then you could certainly work on other things, right? Deborah says, "The winters are very cold, Josh. For the past few days it has been under a heat wave with the temperatures around 95 degrees Fahrenheit. There you go. Joshua says, "I live near Houston where it's a little hot, but it has some nice beaches and nice culture and a lot of oil rigs in the island outside of Corpus Christi." Wow, Joshua says, "That must be cold. About a few months ago, there is a deadly snowstorm in my area. It almost caused a 3-month power outage." Yes, that was a big... we almost did a painting of the snow in Texas. We were for our Paint the News series, so it's still on my radar of things to do. Well, I couldn't think of how to approach that painting. Like, what would we paint covered in snow in Texas? I couldn't think of what that iconic image would be, and I didn't find anything. Anyway, let's move on. So the next step here is let's paint the blue of his outfit. So the question would be what color, what blue do we want to put down there? And I think it might be interesting just to take a little mini side step here and just show you a little kind of quick thing with the paint. So I'm just going to get a couple of brushes out here. Because what we have in the image to the left here is a blue that has been tinted with some white. When we add white to a blue, we're tinting the color. So the question would be which blue do we want to use? Do we want to use our warm blue, this one right here, or our cool blue? Now, I have the answer. I'm 99% sure I know which one, but I think it might be just interesting for us to mix these colors and see what the results are. So let's put a little bit of white here. We don't need that much. Maybe we'll put this white here. Okay. And then I'm going to take a little bit of the warm blue and put that there. And let's just mix this color. Okay, so that's what our warm blue is. And if you, we talked about this with the previous painting and we did again. This color, can you see that it almost has a bit of a purplish quality to it? And because if we take that warm blue and we mix it with our cool red, right, so we got our cool red here and our warm blue. If we mix these two colors together, we're going to get a purple. In fact, let's just take a little bit of that warm red, and if we mix it together here, blue, we've got our purple. Okay, so let's try the other color here, our cool blue. Let's take a bit of the cool blue and mix it with this here. So the difference between these two blues, the cool blue has no red in it whatsoever, whereas the warm blue has red already in its color. That's why it's a warmer color. Let's zoom out just a bit. So the cool blue actually has a bit of yellow in it. So if we add a little bit of, let's just take a bit of cool yellow and mix it into here, we're going to get a nice bright fluorescent almost green, right? So that's why we have a warm and a cool blue. We've got a warm and a cool red and a warm and a cool yellow, is that each color has a cast, a temperature to it. And understanding a little bit about color temperature, I think, is the key ultimately to making better paintings. For all sorts of reasons, which I've talked about previously. I did a whole episode on warm and cool colors. But I think just a reason why I'm showing you this is also by mixing a little bit of white into your color, it can also really help you see whether the color is warm or cool, right? By mixing white into the cool blue, we notice like it doesn't go purple at all. It just keeps staying blue. Whereas when we put this white into the warm blue, it started to just seem like, oh, do I have any red on my paintbrush? Why is that? Right? So often white is a color that helps us clarify what we're seeing, right? So that's a little tip, is to think about mixing some white into your color if you're struggling to see what the true color is. And for instance, we've done that if we've mixed a gray. In fact, we're going to mix a gray when we do the chains, and when we put gray into or we mix a dark color and then you put some white into it, you can see whether it's like a brownish gray or a bluish gray or etc., right? Whereas you might not be able to notice that that closely if it's just a darker color. Heidi says, thank you, Michael, for your permission. I like challenges to a certain extent. And Stephen, hey Stephen, greetings from Guelph. Yes, Stephen is my wife's uncle and a really, really cool guy. We can't wait till we can go back to Guelph, to eastern, or yeah, well, I guess it's central Ontario. Would you call that, or is that a little bit eastern Ontario, right? Ontario is such a huge province. I once drove across the country, and like half of the trip is going through Ontario. It's definitely not Western Ontario. I guess it's kind of central, north, not north. Anyway, why am I talking about Ontario geography? Okay, let's go right into it. So let's. I started mixing. So long story short, blah 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 blah. is I'm going to use a cool blue to paint these pants. Let's take some white again and some of this blue. Give it a good mix. Now, one thing to keep in mind is we are painting over top of this warm yellow surface. And if we were to mix warm yellow into this color right now, it's immediately going to go kind of like a fall green, like a grassy green, almost kind of going a little bit brown. So if we paint this right over top of here, it's going to get darker. If I paint this color, which is pretty close to what we have there, it's going to darken a little bit. So to help kind of avoid that, I'm just going to add a little bit more white than you might actually think you need, because it's going to mix with this white. So a little bit or with the yellow. So a little bit more white, I think, is in order. So let's just see here. Now, I have painted over some of the pencil lines that I had there. In this case, these pencil lines are fairly easy for me to relocate. I'm not too concerned with that. If this was something much more complex, then what I might do is actually paint those lines black or some other color right now, and then paint over them, and I'd see a little bit of a halo or ghost of those lines. So even then, this already, it looks a little bit darker, and as that dries, it's going to darken even more. So you know what, I'm just going to put a little bit more white into this color. Now I know this might change one leg to the other a little bit, but I might, we'll see. I could also just take this color and just quickly brush it in. Over top. That's one thing with acrylic paint. Often when we paint with acrylic, it goes on and it looks really shiny, very reflective, and lighter than the original color, or well, it goes on and it appears like, so if you mix the color exactly the way you want it and then you paint it, you're often surprised, you know, and then you leave and you go for dinner or you paint on something else. People can sometimes be surprised that the color looks darker than they thought it would be, right? Because as it dries, the reflective qualities disappear, and then now we see maybe like more of the yellow shining through. One thing that is a little bit deceptive, especially if we're painting in this style, is if we remember, everything is going to be, we're going to have black outlines over this entire image, and the black outlines kind of compartmentalize each color. So right now we've got this red right next to the blue, which is, you know, kind of hard on the eyes. Like it creates this, like, you know, shifting thing. So it's a little bit hard for us to actually even judge these colors. Once we put that black line dividing it, it kind of is like a palette cleanser or something, right? That separates those intense colors from one another. So I actually think, even though it's a little bit darker, I think when we put the black on there, it should be fine. Okay. So let's continue. Steven says Guelph is southwestern. It's considered Western Ontario. Hey, interesting. I guess it is. Okay, again, I'm going to end up painting over a bunch of these pencil lines. That's why when I'm painting or drawing those initial pencil lines, I'm pretty loose with the way that I do it. I don't spend too much time trying to quote-unquote get it right, because I know that I'm going to be probably covering up some of it. Often what I'm doing when I'm doing that outline, it's almost like I'm just, it's it's like I'm practicing, like, you know, it's like when I've heard, like, skiers and race car drivers will walk the track, the racetrack, before they actually do the race, in order to familiarize themselves with the course. And that's a little bit of the way that I think about doing the outline, is it's like an opportunity for me to make the painting before I make the painting, right? I'm sort of like visualizing what it's going to look like. Anyway, that's the way I think about it. I'm just saying, oh, okay, so I have to remember to put some stuff here. I'm going to do this there. Interesting. Oh, okay. As things dry, it'll get a little bit more transparent, but since there is a bunch of white in this color, I'm probably going to lose some of those lines, though. So that technique I was saying about painting some of the lines before I paint on it is what I'm going to do with the face here in just a couple of moments. Remember to give him some good triceps there. It's not all about the biceps, right? These kind of, those big bubbly muscles. Okay. We're doing pretty good. We're moving along at a good, kind of nice clip here. So I see in the chat, Deborah's talking about, yeah, but the snowstorm in Texas. We got the news about that snowstorm, Josh. So many people lost electricity and so many people suffered. So sorry. And Josh says, haha, you're good, Deborah. I was able to survive with the fireplace and a lot of papers and wood I needed to burn. I mean, it is actually, it reminds me a little bit, just to bring it right back to Joe Shuster, is one of the interesting stories about kind of early Superman is, like a lot of artists, he was not particularly wealthy and sort of used whatever materials were available to him. In this case, he would do a little bit of dumpster diving, not for food that I'm aware of, but for art materials. So he would often go around to businesses that were using wallpaper and cardboard and take the wallpaper out of the garbage and use that as the paper for him to draw on, right, and to paint on. Which, because I think one side of the wallpaper was white, the one that went against the wall, and so he would use those to paint on, and it was actually not a bad idea, because wallpaper is intended to be quite absorbent of water, right? Because that's kind of that paste you put up on there. So it also doesn't stretch or bend too much. So it's actually a pretty smart material for an artist to use as a painting surface. Anyway, so he used that paper, and the original, the first comic book that him and Siegel put together. When I was saying the first, remember, one of the first actual comic books of original content was created by those two that artist and that writer. Joe Shuster was the artist, and Jerry Siegel was the author, who wrote the stories for Superman. Joe Shuster illustrated them on wallpaper, and what's funny is like the editors were like, "Wow, they're like 20 years old when they sold their first comic to DC Comics." Back in, I think, 1936 or something, a couple of years before Superman. And the editors were like, "Wow, we love your work, it's great, but can you guys go out and just spend a little money on get some actual proper paper to paint on rather than this stuff you found in the trash?" There's like ketchup stains and stuff on one side and this beautiful artwork on the other side. Like, anyway, that was pretty funny. It goes to show, like, artists will do whatever they can in order to make the stuff that they want to express, right? And good for him to, like, not wait around until he could afford to buy some paper. He just went out and found it in the alleyways where he was living in Cincinnati or Cleveland. I can't remember where they were originally. Okay, so we got our blue in place here, and that means it's time for a sip of tea. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a Caucasian flesh tone or actually, remember what I was going to say? I was going to show you what I do, or, well, what I would suggest for people who look at this and are getting kind of stressed out about the idea of trying to paint, if we paint out the face, what they're going to do, right? So I'll show you my strategy for that, which is basically I'm going to mix a dark color. I'm going to mix as close to a black as I can get with these colors. So I'm going to start out with some warm blue. Basically, I'm going to put a bunch of different colors in here. Let's take some cool yellow and mix this together. So what I've used is my warm blue, cool red, and some cool yellow. And boom, look at that. Look at how dark that is. Because we've got all these colors crisscrossing around the outside of the color, or through the middle of the color wheel, which is our neutral core. That's actually one of the darkest colors that I've been able to get before. Usually I just sort of randomly pick 3 or 4 colors from around the color wheel, but this is going to go in my back pocket of things to do, because that is a nice dark color. I like that. Warm blue, cool red, and cool yellow gets you really one of the darkest colors I've seen. Okay, so I'm going to take this dark color and I'm just going to quickly do a little bit of painting around here, including so I'm not trying to get it all perfect. You see, I'm not straining to I just want to be able to remember where some of these lines are later on. Okay, maybe let's do this hand, I guess. that's probably good enough, because I'm going to paint over top of those areas. So having something there that's going to help me know where I'm supposed to paint is going to be really helpful. That's all I'm going to do there. Yeah, you can see the kind of a little bit wide, and you could say maybe a little bit sloppy. But yeah, okay, so that's good. So the next thing is let's mix a skin tone. I should put those in the water to try. And I'm going to zoom out here for a moment. I wonder if this warm yellow is going to be good yet. It's still a bit watery, but it should be fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my warm yellow and a little bit of warm red, and I make myself an orange color, not an actual orange. And then I'm going to take some warm blue, mix this together, and we get a brown. This is a little bit on the watery side, so it's a little bit, and that's because, remember, this is my warm yellow that I used at the very beginning, and I poured a bunch of water into it. So I think it's okay for the purpose of this, but I probably wouldn't want to use too much of this warm yellow, because that water just is making it a little bit streaky. But since we're going to put a bit of white into it, it's not so bad. If I was going to try to do a different race, let's say I want to turn Superman into an African American person, right? I would probably want to use some actual warm yellow from the tube as opposed to this one's got a little bit of white, because I don't like those streaks in it. But we'll see. Okay, so I put a little bit of white into this color. Let's mix this up. I think that's going to be okay. The white will help get rid of some of the streakiness of this paint. So let's see what this is. I actually add a little bit more white in here. We'll see. I hope I don't have to do a couple of layers of paint. Although, you know, since I did paint that black, actually I'm going to blow dry that because it's still a little bit wet there. So actually a little bit of this transparency, considering this way of painting by putting those lines down first, is I think we'll be fine. Okay, so let's just paint this. Should have put even more white in there. Okay, so I'm going to do just that. I'm probably going to blow dry. Well, let me see. Maybe it's still. I'm going to take this white paint and just mix it off to the side here. Not that much. And you know what? Rather than trying to paint on here, because it's just I'm just going to blow dry this into it. So this is my white, or this skin tone, a bit more white in it. And it might look a little bit too white right now. But once we put those black lines on them, it's going to darken the face overall. It has this weird effect of darkening and also lightening up some. If we had white on here, or even something that was close to white, it would make it really white. It'll make it pop a little bit more. Just because it's against side by side to black, right? So it's going to be a super high contrast. And if there's any particular lines that you felt were maybe needed to just disappear a little bit more, just put a little bit more paint on them and they'll go away. Okay. And I think while I'm right here, I see a few places where I'm just going to add a little bit more paint on the blue. So I'm just going to take some of my cold blue again, a little bit of white, and just quickly. Some of it was a little bit transparent. You could go over the whole thing if you want. I'm just doing little touch-ups. Where I saw just a bit of the yellow coming through. And you can also hide any kind of little marks with the black later on. Just want to get rid of any little bumps or texture on there. Okay. It's also fun to mix the same color again and see if you can get the same consistency again. And the red. Do I want to do a little tiny touch-up of red? I think maybe while we're right here, let's do just that. So it's going to take my warm red and then just quickly go over this again. And so we're approaching kind of a point in the painting where we have a decision to make about chains. If you want to paint the chains, then you're looking at at least another hour of painting on top of. Whereas if you want to just start outlining, that process will take you probably, I'd say it would probably take you about an hour to outline everything if you just start outlining right now. So if you're thinking like, okay, I think I've like had my fill, then what I would do is probably just paint out put some white on these areas, paint this yellow again, especially over that white to kind of unify those two areas, and you'll be done. But if you want to, I'm going to do the chains just because why not, and also some people might be expecting it. But I just sort of like letting people know what their options are when I can. One of the funnier, like this video already, before I, within like 5 minutes of uploading the thumbnail, somebody had already given it a dislike, thumbs down. And I was like, we haven't filmed anything. All there is a thumbnail telling people when the episode will actually be premiering, when we'll go live. Somebody is already unhappy with me. Like, okay, but that's the internet. That's the world we live in right now. I don't know why Superman provoked. Maybe it's Lex Luthor. He's bummed out that we're painting a Superman painting rather than a Lex Luthor painting. Lex Luthor is Superman's arch enemy, right? Just in case people are wondering if I have an enemy called Lex Luthor or some crazy neighbor. Okay, so I think I need a sip of tea while I contemplate my next move here. So these chains, drawing the chains was a challenge. Painting them is a whole other level of challenge. The way that I'm gonna do this, I need to get some small brushes out. This is what I was saying, like, this might not be for everyone. There you are, hiding right in the middle. I'm like, I'm sure I had a smaller brush than that. Okay. So, I've got now all my smallest brushes out. Alright, I like the smallest one that I have, right, which is, I'll give you an idea about the size of my pinky finger, or like half the size of a nail on my pinky finger or something. Those are really helpful. Obviously, you can get smaller brushes than that. There's people who do miniature paintings, and their brushes are like, they look like miniature paintbrushes because they have like 1 or 2 little tiny hairs on them. Okay, so I think I'm gonna blow dry this because see, it's so shiny in places. And then I'm going to paint some white where the chains are so that I can paint any color I want for the chains over top of them. just noticed that, again, I think I forgot Superman's boxer briefs here, or briefs, underwear, or whatever we're calling these things. And while I'm painting it, might as well just do this before I forget. Because often, every episode, there's things where I'm like, okay, yep, no, you know, when I'm doing this and that, I'm going to remember to tackle this, and then it's not until I'm sitting on the couch later at night looking at him like, oh, that's the thing I was going to do later, and I didn't do. Oops. So, I try to, if I can, do it when it occurs to me. Or often, sometimes when I'm painting on my own, I will have like a little, like a piece of scrap paper next to me that I sometimes use. I'll write down like how I mixed a certain color. Because especially, you know, if you're mixing lots of different colors, like this is a relatively straightforward painting where we've got like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6, 7 colors maybe throughout this entire painting. Solid colors, so it's not like we're blending even, adding white and black, and so this is fairly simple. But you know, we've done some other paintings that have like dozens of colors in there. It can get kind of confusing. So one of the things I will do sometimes, if I really like a color, I'll write down like, oh, that was cool red, warm blue, and cool yellow or something. And I'll be like, that's how, and then I'll put a little swatch of that paint there. That's kind of like, oh, that's how I did that and that. Because I mean, I often will be like, oh yeah, of course I'll remember that. I mean, I love that. And then I'm like, okay, exactly how did I do that? And that's, I mean, one of the benefits of using a limited palette, which is what we're using here, where we really have 6 colors plus white and black. It really helps simplify I mean, you can make billions of colors with these here, but it helps you narrow down the possibilities of how you got to a color. Because when oh gosh, 20 years ago, when I was fairly successful and I was able to buy every color I wanted, and I still have them behind me. Tubes of, I spent way too much money on paint. And I just bought like every single tube of paint at the art supply store. Again, I've got a couple shelves just full of oil paint there. And you can imagine how much more difficult if you've got like 10 different, I probably have 20 different blues back there. And then you're thinking, okay, was it the ultramarine blue or phthalo blue, cobalt blue, blah, 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 blue that I mixed with the yellow? And which yellow? I've got 20 different, it's just like, oh. So narrowing your palette down helps you really simplify how you can mix that same color again. Okay. So let's now take some white, and I'm going to start, actually, even before I put some white on there, I am going to just quickly outline some of the pencil, or where these pencil lines should go, because that'll make it a little bit easier for me also to do these chains, which is what I'm about to embark on here. And I might, I'm probably going to simplify things a lot. So we got this here. Okay. that's enough. I just needed to kind of, it does make it a little bit easier if I have a bit of notes there to guide me. Okay, so I'm just taking some white, and now I'm going to paint over top. I'm not going to add anything to this white because I want it to be as basically as opaque as possible. I'm not even going to paint it over the yellow. So I'm debating to myself, do I want to even paint the yellow again at all, or can I just live with this yellow that I've got right there? And I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't think I'm going to need to do a second coat of yellow around there. If your background was really streaky, you might want to think about doing another coat of yellow there. It's totally up to you. I'm going to be super interested to see if there's people that did all of the chains like I'm doing, or if they just decided to stop with make him chainless and just flexing. I like kind of starting off to the sides and then moving towards the center here. In this particular instance, I've drawn lots of chains in the past, so it's something I've learned over the years is going back to these ones because they seem to be more transparent than these other ones here. Now I'm going to paint them gray, so I'm not too worried about making it I just want something that's going to block out some of that blue, and I won't have to work too hard to hide those colors here. So you can see that they look kind of right now a bit of a mess, and the hope is that when I start painting these I can make all of this look a little bit more I can make them look three-dimensional and all that kind of stuff. And I'll also say, you know, if you start painting the chains and they start giving you fits, it would be very easy to change your course halfway through and to paint them out, and to so if you kind of go a little bit down the road of the chains and you decide, oh no, this was not going very well, all is not lost. Remember, you can just, especially since you just paint it white, paint these colors right over top. And if there's no, if the texture level is fairly low, you'll never even know that there was anything there anyway. You'll be the only one that knows that you did something and then removed it. You always have that option with acrylic paint, which is one really probably the most forgiving of all paints. Certainly more forgiving than watercolor paints. It's more forgiving than well, most oil paints are pretty forgiving in that you can wipe the paint off fairly easily. Even a day or two after you painted, you can literally just take a rag and often just wipe that paint right off. Something that you can only do within like 10 seconds with acrylic paint. Paula says, Michael, you talked about my enemy. My enemy is time. It runs too fast for me. I think, yes, time is a... Talk about a super villain. Time is always out there lurking, isn't it? Which is why, I am very appreciative, and humbled by the amount of people that are watching right now and who are participating and lending me a part of their time, some of their day, to paint with me. It's just it blows my mind that there's so many of you who are willing to give me a little bit of their time and attention. So I think about that all the time. I'm very, very grateful for that, and I really appreciate that. Because I know there's lots of other things people could be doing with their time than painting along with me, right? Okay. And in just a few days, it is Superman Day, which is why we are making this painting at this particular time. Is that once a year? I think it's the Sunday. It's the same day as Record Store Day. And as a reminder, if you just tuned in on this Sunday, we're going to do a feedback episode. We're going to look at the art that you guys have made. I don't know if we'll get to the Superman painting, but we'll be looking at the Batman painting we did, the Bateman painting, Batman and Bateman, the Bateman. We will be looking at the Amrita Sher Gill and Sobha Singh, the Earth Day polar bear painting, the turtle, all those kind of paintings. So if those are paintings you haven't done yet, or you haven't finished them, or you haven't uploaded them to the Facebook page, you want to get on that ASAP. Oh, there's a chain. Okay. Let's see. So there's always one or two things that I forget here. Okay, I think I've covered all of them. Oh, and Josh says, unfortunately, the internet can be super unpredictable when it comes to opinions. Yes, I have learned that, Joshua. Yes, absolutely. I think you were talking about why somebody already disliked this video before I even turned the cameras on. Okay. So now I'm just looking, is there any other colors or anything else I want to do? because what we're going to do next is paint gray over top of that white. I'm just going to blow dry it, and then we'll be painting black for the next hour, and then putting some orange around the edges. Okay, so remember where I was talking about making a gray? Obviously we're going to use black here momentarily, but I'm always think it's a great idea for us to really learn how to mix a gray without using black at all. So to do that, let's just start from scratch again. I'm going to take some cool yellow. I'm going to take some cool red and some cool blue. So we've got, it looks like 3 primary colors, although there's 3 primary hues, but when we there's still a warm and a cool yellow, warm and a cool blue, etc. So I would say in terms of painting, it's not 6 primary colors, but it's more complicated than just the 3. So what's interesting, I use the exact same colors that I did here, but look at the color difference. Right, this one was a little bit more on the purple side. In fact, let's add some white to it so we can start seeing this color. So we add white to this color, we get this kind of a gray. Which, you're like, oh, that's fine. But let's just, for the sake of interest, add some white to this one here. And so you can see that that we now, literally I use the exact same colors, but just different amounts of each one. And when we add white to it, the color changes quite dramatically, right? So the reason why this one has a bit more of almost a bit more of a greenish quality, whereas this one's got a bit more of a purplish quality, is there's probably just more yellow and blue in there than red, right? So if we want to get this color closer to this color, let's just take a little bit, that was probably way too much red, so now we're going to get more of a pinkish color. So now this one is more like this than ever before. So in fact, if we put some blue in here, now we're going back towards this purple. So let's put some cool yellow in here. Now all this is good. To make it even more gray, I'm just going to add a 4th color in here to help neutralize any of these, right? So that was some cool blue. I think we need more white. So I'm just going to move this off to the side here, because I don't want it to be too dark, because I'm going to outline it with black, and if it's really, really dark, then you won't be able to see the black lines against the gray. So here's the gray that we just mixed. Personally, I would say this is a superior method to making gray than adding black and white together, because now we've got a gray that has some life to it. It's not just black and white, which are the 2 most dead colors in the color wheel, right? They just kill everything. White sucks the color out of a color. When we tint a color, and we add a little bit of white to it, we get kind of a baby blue. We add a little bit of white to red, we get a pink. But we keep adding more, it's getting more and more pastel to the point where you're desaturating the color. Black it also desaturates the color because you're literally adding more. It's like you're adding more water to your soup or something, right? In this case, black just it absorbs the light and just becomes, it just kills any of the saturation, the color that was in there, right? It kills its vibrancy. Okay, so now I'm just going to go over top of these white chains with the gray. I could have omitted the white that I painted here and just jumped right over that step. The reason why I did that, because there's white in this paint, so you're like, well, do I really need to paint that? Can I just get away with, you could, but then you're asking this gray to do more heavy lifting for you. Whereas now that I painted that white there, I know this is only going to take me one coat of paint of gray to go over these chains. Whereas potentially, if I didn't do this, I might have to do several layers. Oops, might have to do several layers of it, and that might end up, that color might get darker and darker and darker as I add more and more paint to it. I am a little bit, I think this gray might be actually a little bit on the darker end of things. So it wouldn't hurt to be a little bit lighter on this gray. If you were wondering one way or the other, am I too light or is it too dark? If you even think that, then you probably want to add more white to it. Notice I'm not too concerned about covering all of the white. I'm kind of like, if there's a little bit on the edges, because I'm imagining that's where I'm going to put some black paint. To outline everything, which is a bit of a pain. You could just leave these chains like this too. Like, you don't necessarily have to outline them with black. It's just as a heads up, if doing small detailed work is with a paintbrush is something that you don't like doing, then you may want to again consider not doing these chains at all, or just leaving them a gray like this. And we will see, maybe I'll outline a bunch of other things before I go into the chains, just so that people can kind of get an idea, because off the top of my head I'm thinking it probably needs to be outlined, but it's possible that it could exist okay like this. It probably won't look very comic booky. It might look kind of a little bit jarring, like as if we have, because especially this particular style of comic book illustration, like everything is outlined. Very little is not surrounded, encapsulated with black. Right, that's a particular kind of quality of this type of early comic book illustration. Is everything is outlined kind of like a stained glass window, because it enabled the work to be very easily, it's no matter what quality of printing that was available, because like we're talking 1938. Color printing has been around for a while by that time, but it's still, it's certainly not as good as it was, in the 1960s when Superman came out, or than it is today, right? If you've gone to a comic book store lately and seen, like, it used to be only the covers were really well colored, and a lot of the stuff inside comic books were sometimes pretty sloppy or very simple color palette. Now the printing processes have improved so dramatically that the inside pages are often more colorful and well produced than the covers of older comic books, because the costs of making super high quality printing inside comics it's come down. So anyone who's if you, and I saw that with my own eyes back in the early 90s when I was a little fanboy and was buying Spawn and Image comics, and one of the great innovations that those artists did was really up the quality of the printing in comic books. The comic book publishers back in the, they just had easy money coming in. They were just like basically printing paper. They're like, why would we bother improving the quality of these comics when kids are buying them as they are right now? And the Image artists were like, you know what? If we're going to print our own comics, let's do it as the best, highest quality possible. And it really shook the industry. Okay. So, Deborah says in the chat there, when I said, good for you, Josh, you made it through such a tough time. That was no mean feat. In Quebec, we always lose electricity, generally in the winter. Yeah, being without your electricity for even a day reminds you of how dependent we are on electricity, right? And the food in your refrigerator starts to spoil, and you start getting kind of anxious. Like, I remember when I was living in Los Angeles, there was these rolling blackouts that we would have, and power would go off for sometimes all night long, and it's like if you made any food and you're like, oh, I don't know if this food's going to be good by morning or whatever, it causes some anxiety, right? And if your electricity's off for like 2 or 3 days and it's cold outside and you don't have any heat inside, especially in Texas, where people might not have a winter jacket or just wool socks, all that kind of stuff. Even though it can get very cold in Texas. I've been to Texas. I've been to Dallas. I had an exhibition in San Antonio. I had a great time in Texas. People in Texas are like, I spent a third of my life in the United States, and Americans are generally some of the warmest, most hospitable people, funnest people to be around. Americans have a lot of fun. Okay, so let's what should we do next? I think I'm ready to start putting black on here. So this time, I could use I could mix a very, very dark color to do all the outlining, and it would work great. I mean, as I said, if I wanted to mix my warm blue, cool yellow, cool red, and maybe a little bit of cool blue together, I would get a really, really dark color, which would make for really nice outlining. But it won't have the punch that pure black, which I just squeezed out of the tube onto my palette, will. This will especially if I'm not adding any mediums to thin it out, it's going to be really opaque, and probably will be. It'll just have a quality that you just can't get from mixing the paint otherwise. And you know, not because you've seen me many times mix a dark color rather than using black. So there are times where I would prefer. Now because we're painting a comic book, a big feature of comic books is that black outline. I saw in the chat here, Deborah says, Michael, doesn't the black lining make it less two-dimensional? I will have to chat with my son about this. Did you ever collect any of the comics? Okay. Does the black outline make it look less... Doesn't the black line make it less two-dimensional? So more three-dimensional, is that what you mean? So the black outline, you're basically drawing with black paint, and depending on what the original drawing is, if you do it properly, it's going to start, layering shapes, so we have one thing on top of another thing, right? And that will create space and make things look more three-dimensional. It gives it that illusion of 3 dimensions, which is like very, very satisfying to see. Like right now, this image looks pretty flat, right? I think you'd have to agree that it doesn't seem like there's not a lot of dimension to it, right? Everything, I mean, we do see there is these competing colors here, right? We've got a warm red and a cool blue. So even right there, I mean, I don't know how it looks to you, but just with my eyes, this red definitely seems to be advancing. It seems to me to kind of be almost floating above the blue, because we have a cool blue, which, we've painted the whole thing with a warm yellow underneath. So it is kind of counteracting a little bit of the coolness of this blue. So it's not as much depth as possible, but there is already that conflicting space, right? So the black will help to eliminate that, right? So it's not going to look like his trousers are flying up in the air, whereas his thighs are kind of shooting backwards in space. The black will kind of pull it all together and make it into a coherent shape. Without that, though, it could be a little bit visually confusing. Okay, so let's get right into painting, and I'll answer your questions about comics. I could talk all day long about comics. It's a dangerous topic for me to engage in. Okay, where should we start? Okay, the first thing I will say is I'm going to use the black paint right out of the tube like this. I'm not going to add anything to it for the moment, because it's nice and wet. But probably in about 15 minutes or so, I might add a little bit of slow dry medium, just to add a little bit of more fluidity to this paint. But we'll see as we get there. So I'm just rolling my sleeves up a little bit. I don't know if I really need to roll them up, but it just sort of seems to help as I kind of dive in. Okay, so let's look. I think I'm just going to start top left and maybe work my way across here. Okay, so I did a whole episode on how to draw hands and my how to draw course if you're interested in really learning how to do this. Oh, I've just noticed I'm kind of taking a few liberties with the original here. Should I start doing some chains? Maybe I'll hold off on the chains for a little bit here. I'll get a little bit of the body in. And you know what? I'm gonna probably just do a pass around the body first before I start adding some of these details, like in the musculature, I think. Or do I want to? Yeah. I'm just gonna do a kind of initial outlining of the different shapes. Like you, I mean, I'm not looking at the original too much, which is why you can see it's already deviating a little from the original, but just go right over to the other arm here. So this paint is nice and fluid at the moment. I can paint really well with it. I'm not too worried about it being drying. As I said, in about 15 minutes it's going to start getting less and less pleasant to paint with. I always find black is the one that gives me the most fits. So when I do this, I start at the finger closest to me. And then work my way back on the hand here. one of the things I think a lot about when I'm doing bodies is thinking about like every brushstroke should be some kind of like an arc. And everything is like a curve. There should be very few perfectly straight lines. And as I said, that there's a few there, but we're talking like these are tiny, tiny little marks that I'm making here. Where should we go to? I might wait a little bit on his chest and the symbol there until I've done the chain, just because it's the chain might cover some of it, so I don't want to have to like redo anything. Just gonna come down here. I guess I'm just gonna. So there's an extra little line there in his belt, but I don't. It's not this one right here. Not a. I mean, I can if I've. It doesn't bother me. I probably won't see it later on, but if I do, I can always just put a little bit of white there, paint some yellow over it, and it disappears, and I'll never even know it existed, right? So one thing that's, it just starts happening with my paintbrushes. See how paint starts building up at this metal part called the ferrule? That drives me nuts. So often what I'm doing when I'm painting with black is I'm wiping my paintbrush off relatively frequently, at least maybe every 5-10 minutes, I would say. So that, because that's paint that is going to start drying, and I don't know, I always feel like if it's like a bad apple in a bushel of apples, if one of them starts rotting, then it's going to encourage all the other ones to start rotting. I don't know if that's how apples rot, but isn't that where the saying comes from? A bad apple? So it's like I feel like if there's paint on my brush that is starting to dry, it's gonna, I think, start sucking the moisture out of the paint that's not yet dry. Giving him some hips there, like my Superman's a little chunky. This is Super Dad. So Super Dad, his underwear is a little tight there, right? Okay, so that's something for all the dads out there. Your clothes start getting a little bit tighter. And you can see, like, see how there's little bits of the red leaking out underneath that line? I mean, if that bothers you, there's obviously ways that we can fix it, and maybe I'll come across that problem elsewhere. But it doesn't bother me, and we're talking, like, look how closely zoomed in I am, right? This is my fingernail right there. So you have to remember, most people are never, ever, ever going to get, you know, nearly as close to your painting as you are right now, or the camera is on mine right now. So things that you see as being a problem are probably not even noticeable to the vast majority of people. As I said, I'm going to come back and do all this stuff here, but that knee does kind of it's further ahead than any other part of the body, right? It's further ahead than the thigh, right, and the shin. So that's why this line overlaps both of those forms. It's these little tiny lumps there also kind of are important in terms of anatomy. But small detail, especially for a beginner's class. But you know, especially as I come back, I'm going to accentuate some of these things. We'll see. So that black line got a little thicker than I wanted. I don't think it's a big deal, but that just comes down to brush control for me. And I'll do some of these. I'm going to do all those interior lines, although I could again see some people being like, you know what, I kind of just like it with like kind of a very simple outline. That's just a different kind of style. So here's a good example with this boot, right? I've really exaggerated the heel of this shoe here when I was doing my outline. So I can kind of almost eliminate that completely just by the way that I paint this. Right, and there it's almost kind of gone, right? Oh, I forgot the shading on his cape. Okay, so let's actually, you know what? I'm gonna zoom in there, I think. So still plenty to do, but let's kind of stay here. Let's get the. I'm going to do a glaze for his cape so that I can paint a little bit of black lines over top of that, and I'll just put some gray in there. Let's put this in the water to dry. So to do a glaze of, we're going to do a little bit of a darker color. Now there's two ways we could go about this. We could, to get this this darker area that's on his cape, we could use just red and put a little bit of black into it. I, however, am going to put a little bit of blue, or I'm going to make it a bit of more of a purpley quality. I don't need that much blue, but anyway, we have it. So I'm going to take it. Now, you can see the difference between if I add, my warm red and warm blue together, the color I get is kind of more of a brown color than if I was to mix the, in fact, let's just do that. I've been doing these little tests throughout today's episode, so I'll just continue with that. Versus if we take this warm blue, there's some yellow on there, and we move this together. Like, look at the difference in color. One of them was brown, one of them is purple, right? I am going to use the brown one because I think the purple might be just a little bit too intense and maybe even a bit distracting. But it is a reminder that your choice of which yellow or which blue or which red can have profound impact on the resulting color. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid, just put a bit here. I'm actually just going to wipe the paint off my brush because I got all that darker paint and blue and everything in here. And just going to put, oh, I got white on that, darn it. I don't want white in that color. I want so this is going to be pretty subtle, which is generally what we're doing when we're glazing, is just subtle little transition of color. And then let's see. Take our mop brush and just soften that edge a little bit. As much, softening it as much as you want. Like that's all. It's almost like so subtle that you may not even notice that there was anything there. Which, you know, if you want it to be a little bit darker, we could just add a bit more blue into that mixture. And then go into here between his thighs. Just going to take my mop brush again. Just delicately. I mean, in the original image, there's a pretty solid line there, but in fact, I might do that again. I'll just wait for it to dry or blow dry it. Let's get a bit more blue in here to darken the next few. That's way darker, right? Whoa, Michael. So let's just soften that down a bit. And see, I should have done this before I did anything else, including even the chains, but I didn't even realize it until moments ago. This is the kind of see, now that's, see, I'm kind of in the middle. I mean, one's darker or one's lighter, so let's just come back here and now this, this is definitely not something that would have been in the original image, because this is not really something that the printing press is capable of doing, or at least was capable of doing in the 1930s, right? Okay, so mine's darker than the original. I should have blow dried it before going back over a glaze a second time, because here I'm doing it a third time. Oh, Michael. Just because there's like areas where it's got patchy, where I was literally wiping paint away as I'm applying paint, which sounds paradoxical, but that's the way paint works. Or do I want to see if I can touch this up a bit? Ah! I'm going to get into the weeds if I start. Okay, so now what's left to do is obviously the interior details from, because we've outlined all of these shapes, right? So the, you know, outlining on the cape, you know, the lines that are going to define the musculature, like on the abs and biceps, thighs, calf muscles, all that, knees, all that kind of stuff. That will come next. But I think what I want to do before I do any more of that is do the chains. I'll probably do the face towards the very end. So let's see. Again, I might just blow dry all of this. Did I just blow dry it? I think I did, but... Okay, so let's continue outlining. So just as also, I remember I was saying how the black starts to get more and more, it starts drying, right? That's why I of any color, I put the least black on the palette at a time, so that I can always add more fresh paint, and I'll kind of start spreading things out, and then I kind of go in and start, because there's this blob, I want to kind of go into it and pull paint from outside of it, kind of like, I don't know, it's like you're butchering this blob of black and you're reaching in and pulling out its guts or something. I don't know why that occurred to me, but I'm a vegetarian too, and that's what comes to mind, is it's like this gutting a fish or something. Okay, let's zoom in. And then let's take... So the reason this takes a bit of time to do the chains for multiple reasons. One of which is just because it's a little bit confusing as to where some of these lines are going to go. Now I'm going to simplify things just so that I'm not here for hours on end painting. Just realized already made a chain mistake there, because now this, how does that chain join up on the other side? I'll correct that maybe later. So the thing with chains is you have all these overlapping shapes, right? And remembering which one is on top of which one is really where it gets complicated mentally to keep everything organized. So I'm just going to make that black. So here's some kind of goof that I did. Now, you know, as much as little things like that I've made a few quote-unquote mistakes here already with my chain, just think about like how long people are going to be looking at this painting. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll look at it for 30 seconds. Right? Are they going to notice things like that? Or are you the only one who will notice it? And then how much, so therefore, like, how much of your time is it worth kind of fixing some of these details. So here's this paint is already starting to kind of get a little bit dry and not behaving as well as I'd like it to. So we'll see. I'm betting a few people are going to begin this process and say, yeah, no. Which is totally fine to do, right? You have my permission to not worry about all of these finicky little details. Back and fix that. So let's just move on. You know, in some way, like a painting is like a series of mistakes. It's just like dozens and dozens and dozens of mistakes. And sometimes those mistakes are actually the things that we love the most about really famous paintings. It's like what people have done with those mistakes and how they've made mistakes and then ran with them, right? It's the same sort of thing with like inventions. There's so many examples of great inventions that were, you know, caused by accident, right? People were trying to do one thing, ended up doing another thing, and then we have some you know, chemical that creates a glue or a vaccine or something for, you know, so it's, I think it's super fascinating to think of like how often our expectations are overturned because of accidents, or, you know, as Bob Ross says, the happy accident. Right, and within art, there's many examples of artists intending to do one type of art, something spills onto the floor, you know, Jackson Pollock splattering paint accidentally on the floor and kind of thinking like, wow, that's actually kind of cool. What if I made a whole painting with paint that dripped onto a surface? Okay, well actually, maybe now that I've got... you know, I'll do that, all that chest stuff and the logo later on. Let's continue with the chains, because it's almost like a mindset or something you got to get into to do these sorts of things. And you can see I'm not really obeying the correct way, quote unquote, in the image. It's just whatever I've painted here, and whatever works for me is how I'm going to continue doing it. I think some people are like, oh my goodness, this is tedious. I think once you kind of get the rhythm of it, of doing these kind of chains, it's kind of like, I got it, okay. But it definitely, like you could see the first one I did, my mind was clearly, it was a little confused, and it didn't go as well as expected, right? So like here I can just sort of fudge things a little bit with just like a bunch of these things coiling on top of one another, and it's maybe just while all of this is, I'm working on this, I'm just going to take a bit of white and paint this part of the chain to fix that. Does it? There's some other things. I'm just going to leave that out. Who cares? It doesn't need to be perfect, does it? So I'll let that dry, and while that's drying, I'm just going to continue painting along here. What I've done down here, like that area, I'll paint that out, some part of that chain. Anyone else painting the chain? And how do you feel about that? Is it too much? Is it easy? Is it frustrating? Anyone? The chain just reminds me of Fleetwood Mac. I can't stop thinking of that song of theirs. When my wife and I were in Hawaii a few years ago, we went to a restaurant. Where was that now? It was owned by Mick Fleetwood. I think it was, is it called Fleetwoods or Max or... Anyway, my wife had been there and met him while he was there. He was, I guess, played piano one time or something. Cool bar. It was really nice, actually. Has a great view of kind of the water. And then afterwards we went to an art opening where Mark Kostabi was there, who was a kind of famous artist, New York artist. Was really big in the 1980s. Very controversial figure. Often seen as like the most hated man in art. Was very friendly to me. Very nice guy. We chatted for a couple of hours. They tend to get along with all sorts of nutty people. Okay. Where should we start? I'm going to start over here. So Ling Li is just watching. Okay. What time is it in Amsterdam, So Ling Li? Goodness, you're up. Is it? I feel like it's got to be like really early in the morning over there right now, isn't it? If it's, what are we at? Almost 7 p.m. I got Fleetwood Mac in my head as we're painting it. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness. Well, probably there's aspects of this show that would be pretty good to fall asleep to. The slow, my voice just in the background as you slowly drift away. Some ASMR. Okay, and then so I'm going to come back up to this wrist here, and oops, let's go even further down. There we go. Oh, so I should paint. I should have put some gray on there earlier when this was all drying. But so again, you know, if you make a little mistake, put a little bit of white on it, put a little bit of gray or whatever other color you need. And then let it dry, and then you can paint right over top of it. So maybe while that's... Actually, let's just take a quick another little bit of a look and see where we're at. In comparison to the original, so you can get an idea of... We are very close now. We are basically, we've got to do just some work here on, you know, I would say probably 30 to 45 minutes will be all done. And so it's just a matter of how much detail you want to put into the rest of the figure. Like, I could see a lot of people being like, I think I could just paint the face and maybe the outer thing and that be done with that. You know, that could also work very well. So I think, you know, whatever whatever works, right? So let's maybe tackle his face. I think hopefully all this is dry where I'm going to put my hand. Do a little. Let's finish painting this. I'm not sure about the way I just did those eyes, but rather than harp on it, I'm gonna just keep on moving, and then we'll see what it looks like as a whole when we're done here. So see, this is actually a place where I missed a little bit of the flesh tone there. I just put some black there, but well, maybe I'll I may want to put some paint there or not. Like, it's not, it doesn't really, you can't really tell that there's it's missing anything, right? So there's that blue in his hair, which is actually a really nice touch. I think, and I didn't paint any blue there. I could be fine without it. If I want to add it, I'm going to do that maybe later and add paint over some of this black. Okay, so let's go to the chest here. Oops. So you see, this is why I waited until I did all these chains before I started painting anything in there. It just makes it so much easier, and that way, because the chains are tricky, and I want to leave myself as much flexibility as possible. That way, I haven't painted thing, like I can just now use this black as I go up to kind of fill in any places. I can paint over some of the gray that I didn't use or whatever, right? Okay, maybe I'm at that point where I'm just going to start adding some of these little marks on here to... So one of the, just as a real quick little aside, as I'm getting paint on my brush, I'm taking it and then I'm just spinning my brush. I want either a point or a flat edge, and if I want a point, I get my paintbrush into the paint and then I sort of just draw away and I can get a really sharp point. And if I want a flat edge, then I often will just do a little dab like that, and then I actually turn it and look at it before I paint, so I can just see if it indeed is sharp or flat before I start painting, right? So I don't want to be surprised about, like, oh, actually that was not what I wanted there. So there's all of this shadow under here. So this is part of his chest muscle here. That should actually continue up to the bicep. I didn't see that, but I'll just pretend like let's have a little bit of a yeah, because that should go up here. Ooh, that's as somebody who teaches anatomy, that's not a good look, but wasn't paying close enough attention here. I was just like, do I want to fix it? I don't know. Okay, let's come back to do the other arm. I should have done that one first, but anyway. Let's come down here and do the abs. If I have any confusion, I can always just look in the mirror and to get some proper anatomy for because as you all know, I'm super ripped. My six-pack there. Right? It's just you don't want to overdo any of this. Or just these little tiny lines really coming down a little low. That's good enough, right? Should I do this cape here? I think I might do a bit of the cape so that everything will be nice and I don't have to worry about any wet paint over here since I haven't done that area. Now, there's a reason comic books are painted primarily on paper, right? Or, I mean, now a lot of it's digital. But doing all of this outlining on paper is so much easier than doing it on canvas. Because the paper is nice and smooth. When we're painting on canvas like this, especially, you know, if you've got a thicker weave and you haven't used any gesso on there, it's like you've got to push paint into all these little grooves, almost like like an egg carton. Right? You're painting over, like, just imagine a whole surface full of egg cartons, and the paint's got to go up and in. And if you don't go into into one of the holes of the egg carton, it leaves kind of, there's a empty space, and so if that color there that hasn't been covered is still there, it's like, hey, everybody, look at me. This is the color that was here. So the way that I'm just doing this, I'm not going to do as many lines as Joe Shuster did here, so I'm just sort of doing lines and then just filling in the space in between these lines. Let's do the other side of the cape. So I'm just going to have to be mindful of... Actually, I think I'm going to just finish this part of the cape here real quick. I just want to think about, like, oh, you see, he's kind of... I've copied exactly what he's done here, but to me, logically, I want this to carry through here. it's the same thing as this comes up here. So let's get some line here. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do that later. So I'm gonna get this shape in here first. So tell me, what's the audio like there with my voice? Does it sound loud, or no one's complained about it? But it's definitely a totally different setup than I've ever done before. So I'm curious if anybody has noticed any change, or it just sounds the same, or if when I'm painting with my head a little bit down, does it get much more quiet than it used to be? Hopefully there's no noise. When I was moving around all the time, it got really kind of loud, lots of shuffling and the fabric moving, and that I did not like at all. So okay, I think this will be much easier for me to get that if I rotate the canvas. So I'm going to do that all at once. I'm going to paint all this and blow dry it all. So let's move on to the thigh. And I've also got all this paint that's built up on there, so let's just wipe off all of the painting. I've done that a number of times so far, but anyway. So, actually that's all wet there too. So, or this is all wet, so I'm just going to come down to this part on his boot. Cool, thank you, Deborah, for letting me know about the audio. That's helpful. This was on. I thought it was a manual focus, but that's why it's been going in and out there. That does look a little funny, that knee. Sometimes I don't notice these things until like later on. probably reach over, get the other leg while we're right here. Okay. So close. Okay, there's just this chain on the top right there. Okay. So, oh, the cape, I gotta fix that, and then we're just the outside edges. So let's tackle this. Oh. Whoa, around and around we go. You spin me right around, baby, right around like a record. Maybe I'll just do my own music, just hum along to things. What do you think about that? Deborah and Lori are talking about Deborah's son there. He's a trained animator but working in the website development area. Interesting. And he's a collector of comic books. Lori says he must have got his artistic side from you. Probably pretty true. And Deborah says, thanks, Lori. I think, though, that he developed his skills just from loving to draw. He's taught me so much. That is interesting. It's really cool when, like, our daughter is only, not even 22 months, and there's so many things that little kid is teaching me, especially just like in terms of patience and the appreciation of the small things in life. It's amazing. Like just yesterday we sat in the grass in front of City Hall just looking at little daisies growing in the grass for hours. I was just like, yeah, I've never really looked at these flowers so much. It was like, it was such a sweet moment. So those are the things you live for, right? And Lori says that I think the sound is okay. It could be just a little bit louder. Other than that, it sounds good. Deborah said the sound is really good. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. So let's see here. What view we have? A this camera that I rarely, this angle we rarely see, so I'll just, so I can make use of it. I actually haven't gone and used any new black, and I haven't put any medium in the black either. It's actually relatively cool today, which is kind of nice. It hasn't been as hot as it was over the past while, so actually, speaking of our daughter, her and I went to the Blodell is it conservatory or observatory? I think it's conservatory. It's like a geodesic, well, no, I don't know if it's full geodesic, it's a dome that has birds and beautiful plants in it. My daughter and I went there today, and a bird pooped on my head while we were there, which I think is, I've been there many times and I've never been pooped on, but good thing I was wearing a hat. But we left in the morning. I had dressed her up really warm because it was cold this morning. So we brought out some of the winter clothes, put warm socks on her and everything. And then of course we got there and it's super humid inside. And so we took all those clothes off, and then we walked, and then we went back outside. And it was starting to warm up, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like, whew, now we're going to be so hot. Walked around for a little bit, and then it started getting cold again, to the point where it was like, oh no, I didn't bring enough warm clothes, we're going to be freezing, so we went home before it got too cold. It's like, that's Vancouver weather for you. Or it reminds me of, like, I'm originally from Calgary, and I remember the saying used to always go, like, you don't like the weather, just wait 15 minutes. And it'll be either it'll be warmer or cooler, whatever you were looking for. So it's getting cold down here. I'm going to turn my heat on for the first time in a little while. Okay, so our final step here is to add the this orange around the edges. I don't think I'm going to put the blue in his hair. I'm pretty happy with, although it does look like he's thinning a little bit on top, doesn't it? I feel like he needs just a little bit more hair there. Like maybe he had a bald spot that we couldn't see back there. Okay, and actually I should just clean I got a bunch of brushes just sitting in my water here. It's a good time just before I move on to our final step, because I might want to use some of these brushes to do some getting these kind of fine sharp points. And I don't want, especially if you've got these smaller little brushes, you don't really want them sitting in the water for too long. Otherwise, they go from points into little J shapes, right? Because they sit in the water and in the edge of the water, and they bend, and there's not a lot of bristles there, so they can lose their shape relatively quickly. Even though I'm cleaning these right now very roughly, at the end of the night I always clean my brush. And I have some special brush cleaner that I use. Maybe I'll just grab that real quick. And I do, let's see if you can see that, this brush cleaner. There's a link to it in the description below. You can see I've used a bunch of it. It's like this little cake in the bottom. And you just take your brush, like I'll just clean one right now, get a little bit of water on it. I would do this under the sink because it sort of defeats the purpose of putting it in here. But it's, what do they call it? It's like a brush cleaner and preserver, intended to kind of help like preserve the quality of the brush. So I use this every night. But if you don't have this, is nice stuff. It's sort of like shampoo and conditioner in one, I guess, right? It cleans and then conditions it. If at the very least, at the end of the night, I take all these brushes I've used, even if I'm not sure if I used it or not, and I would use like just your regular hand soap or like dish soap, anything that you can put on there that will help clean any extra paint that might be in there that could clog up a brush and ruin it. Okay, so there is a few little things where I see some white or blue. If I want, oh, and there was that. I want to, okay. I am just gonna touch up. Where did that thing go? Let's see a few places that need some black too. So I was gonna do this later on, because I might have to do this with the outline, but you can just add a little bit of white into these areas. Maybe I'll zoom in. So I just kind of go around. And if there's things that might need to be painted out, now's the time to do it. Right, so let's say even up at this fist here. So I'm painting it white rather than yellow, because if I paint it yellow, yellow is probably not dark or opaque enough to cover up those mistakes. Okay, so that can dry while I'm working on the next step here. Actually, yeah, I'm going to zoom out and mix some paint. So, the paint that we're going to mix, let's zoom out even more, is probably just going to be a warm red and some warm yellow. So let's see how our warm yellow is doing inside here. So I could actually probably preserve this yellow. It's the water is kind of evaporated mostly, so I've got this. It's a little bit more of like a frothy paint, so it's not ideal, but let's take some of this red, just mix it up right here. That's pretty good, pretty close. It's a little, there must have been a bit of white, oh, there was, okay, which was giving it a bit of more of a peachier color than maybe as desirable, but I think it should be okay. We won't know really until we start painting with it. And yeah, I'll just use this brush, why not? Let's see, I might need something. So let's just it's a little transparent, which is what happens when you've got a lot of water in that paint. Okay, so to do, I hope I don't have to do this multiple times, at least the second time. So I'll zoom in here in a second. I'll just show you kind of my process. Might have to do this a second time, but it's going relatively quickly. That probably by the time I get all the way around, this first layer will be dry. Oops. Let's move some of this over here. You know, if you make a mistake and you're quick on it, you can just wipe it away. But you got about maybe 10 seconds. In terms of comics, to go back to a question that Deborah asked a while ago, did I collect comics? Yes, I collected comics for how long would I have been collecting? For about a couple of decades, I guess. Probably from age 10 till late teens, till I went to college. And honestly, I was a bit I became kind of jaded from collecting comics, because I don't know if you've heard, but the comic book business exploded in the 90s, and there was a lot of speculation in the market, and companies, because people thought, like, oh, you know, there's these Superman comics, you know, from the 1930s and 40s are selling for, you know, $100,000. And so all of a sudden all these people thought, like, oh, well, why don't we, if comics go up in value like that, why don't we just buy a whole bunch of brand new issues, put them in a in a box, and then we'll be able to sell them in a few years for thousands of dollars and retire on it, right? So all these people came into the market thinking that they're going to make a fortune, and comic book companies also, you know, they're like, wow, if, you know, people are buying 2 copies of each issue, or 3, 4, 5. There's some people who are buying hundreds of copies, and so they were like, oh, well, we'll just print 10 times the amount of issues that we normally print, because there's so many people buying multiple copies. And so you ended up having, and the most famous example of that, speaking of Superman, was, you may have remembered, the death of Superman. I think it was Superman number 75. That was that? What year would that have been? Let's say 90. I was feeling 93 or something. And so, and that was all over CNN. Superman was going to be killed off, and you know, it was all over the news, and all these people who'd never once been to a comic shop went to a comic shop and bought that issue. I bought like 5 copies of it, thinking, again, this is going to be the most valuable comic ever made. It's the most, there's more people talking. It was on the cover of Time magazine, and all this kind of stuff. Oops. You know, like, oh my goodness, I'll buy 5 copies of this. It'll be worth, each one will be worth $10,000, $20,000. I'll be able to trade it in for a car soon. And of course, if you go to a comic shop nowadays and you look in their $1 bin, half of them are Superman, the death of Superman issues, because they made so many copies of it that of course there's going to be no value to them. I don't know why at the time it didn't occur to me, or to tens of millions of other people, that, but anyway, so I went from like being a fan of comics and buying the comics that I love to you know, working my butt off at all the various different jobs I had as a kid, selling popcorn at baseball games, and peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks. That was me. And I did that for a few years, a few summers, and spending all my money on all these comics to only find out that they had little to no value. So I kind of gave up on comics for many years, as my parents still have all these comics in their basement, and I've been trying to figure out what to do. There was a period of time I was actually making art out of my comics, like cutting them up, shredding them, and doing things like that. I was looking into like donating them to a hospital, children's hospital, that kind of stuff. But they didn't really want it, because they'd already had people who did just that already. My favorite comic book characters, probably my favorite comic book character was Daredevil. I don't know if anyone's heard of Daredevil, but he was my favorite. And then Batman. I didn't read Superman too much. I always thought like Superman, he was like too perfect. What I liked about Daredevil is he was blind. Batman had really no powers. He was just a very smart guy. He was a detective. Well, kind of a vigilante detective. He wasn't an official detective. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this, and then we'll do one more coat of the orange, and then we'll be done. So I was just, while I was blow drying, just doing little tiny touch-ups going around here. Any places that needed some yellow back in there. It feels really good to be at this point where I'm just doing these little fine tuning. Okay, so let's do this again. I'm going to go back over. I'm just going to start where I began last time. I don't have to be quite as like careful this second time around. I don't need to go quite up exactly to all these pencil, because the other thing too, I got these pencil lines that are still there that actually work really nice as like helps provide a nice hard edge. I was actually thinking earlier, you know, maybe I should paint over them with some white to hide them, but I think they actually work really well in this instance, so I'm just going to leave them there. So we're getting close to finishing up. I got maybe 5 more minutes to go here. If you've enjoyed today's episode, please like and subscribe to the channel. Consider potentially leaving a donation if you'd like. There's a link to a PayPal, and no donation is too big or too small. In fact, it's sometimes even just those small donations from people who've never donated before are the ones that are really meaningful. There's some of you that have been super generous and who are regularly contributing, and I really appreciate that. That's what's allowed me to upgrade the audio, to upgrade the camera. There's another new lens coming in, so that I'll have ultimately actually 2 overhead views here. One will show the close-up, and the other one will have a continuous view of the entire painting throughout the entire process, so that you can see kind of both. Because sometimes, you know, if I'm deep in a area close up on something and you want to be painting something else, you can see them both at the same time. I may even upload a separate video just of the full overhead view without any close-ups. I don't know. It just provides me all those kind of options, and so I really appreciate everyone for those contributions. That's really, I mean, you can go back and you can watch some of the earliest episodes of this live stream, and they're pretty rough, right? Like, I'm shooting them on my iPhone. I mean, I hope you feel like they've improved over the past year. What would that say if they've gotten worse? I've certainly upgraded the whole production equipment as opposed to just using my computer. I have a dedicated machine that does it now. So all those donations go back into the show as opposed to my vacation fund or whatever. So thank you to everyone for your donations. I really do appreciate it. I want to do something to thank everybody, but I don't know how. Sometimes it's almost like a little bit embarrassing. It's like, oh my goodness, all these people, they're painting along with me and giving me a donation. Like, so I'm humbled beyond words, which is saying a lot for somebody who talks for 3 to 4 hours every couple of nights here on YouTube. And also, again, I see people sharing the videos and posting them on their own social media, Facebook and stuff, and I often see, when new people are joining, like, oh, it's a friend of so and so. That's cool. So people who are joining the Facebook group are friends of friends from people's other painting groups, which I know some people are a part of, and that's really cool. I'm just super grateful. I wake up every day living in gratitude. So, okay, I think that's good. I think I'm just going to quickly blow dry it so I can autograph the back. So, we did pretty good with like the colors and mixing colors today. If this is the first time you've watched, there's lots of other episodes to go back and to view. It's the 10th of June. Are you kidding me? Oh, time is flying. I did tease earlier that there's quite a tragic end to Joe Shuster's story. I mentioned that there's a great comic book that talks about that. If you just share that real briefly again. The Joe Shuster story, the artist behind Superman, by Julian Valoge, and Thomas Kempe. Great book. Obviously, all this information is also elsewhere here in his Wikipedia. There's videos on YouTube you can watch all about him. But really, what's sad is that he essentially got screwed out of the rights of Superman. And DC Comics basically said that he signed his rights away, and that I think that he got initially like a couple $1,000s, which in 1938 would be, and probably enough to put a down payment on a home. But considering, you could make a conservative estimate that Superman, in all the toys and movies and comics, I mean, there's like 4 or 5 comics every month that they're producing, graphic novels, all television shows. There's Smallville, Lois and Clark, like all these. Conservatively, I'd say Superman has grossed, let's say, $5 billion in today's dollars. So if Joe Shuster even had 1% of that, that would have been, what's 1% of $5 billion, right? It's a lot of money, considering he created this, right? And so basically, he sued them to try to get some of the money back. I think there's whole videos outlining this and the tragedy that happened there. which is not too dissimilar when we were talking about Batman. If you remember Bob Kane and Bill Finger, and how Bill Finger was screwed out of the whole Batman royalties and how he died in poverty. The one thing, I think, he started also losing his eyesight. He was trying to do other things, none of which obviously came anywhere near the renown as Superman. And he, besides trying to illustrate some freelance comic stuff, ended up becoming a delivery man, like delivering parcels, and kind of in an ironic twist delivered some packages to DC Comics, the company that owns Superman, which was like, can you imagine how shocking that would be? The guy who basically is responsible for the success of the entire industry is now this like guy in his 70s with big thick glasses, can hardly see, delivering packages for minimum wage, and in some way the fact that the original Superman, I think, might probably says somewhere in here, when they were making that Superman movie in the with Christopher Reeve in the late, what was it, 70? When did that movie come out? I think 78 or Superman movie. Yeah, 1978. They became like kind of afraid that the fact that this guy had basically gotten virtually nothing ultimately in terms of for Superman, they were afraid of the bad publicity that would arise from that, so they gave him this like pittance of $20,000 a year. They increased it to $30,000 a year plus health benefits until he died in 1992. So what is 20,000 times 15 years is what they gave him. So what, that's maybe $500,000 on top of everything. And he died. They paid off his, like, look at this, how ridiculous this is. They paid off his unpaid debts in an exchange for an agreement from his family not to sue them. Like, what were his unpaid debts? Oh, $20,000. So I can't even believe his family agreed to that, considering, if anybody wanted to buy the rights to Superman now, it would be at least, let's say, $500 million. Yeah. At least, if how much did Disney bought Marvel recently? I think it was like $5 billion, $4 or $5 billion for Marvel, and that's Spider-Man and all these other characters. So, if Disney wanted to buy DC, it would be probably similar price. There's not as many famous characters in DC, but it would probably be about $2 or $3 billion. And why is the Shuster family and the Siegel family not getting 1% of that? Like, considering they created 100% of it. But that's a whole other story about the comic industry and film industry. That anyway, they fall into a long history of artists who have been essentially cut out of the profits of their creations, which is super tragic, but not unheard of, unfortunately. Anyway, I wanted to kind of mention, I don't want to end on a down note, but it is, we're thinking of, like, I want to feature these artists, and not every artist had a happy ending, right? There's the painting we made. I'm pretty happy we got the colors in there. Very small kinds of changes, but yeah, that's one I can be pretty happy with hanging in the living room. Okay, so thank you everybody for joining me for another episode. On Sunday, we're doing a feedback session where we'll be talking about the artwork that you guys have sent in. So we're doing stuff around Robert Bateman and Batman and Amrita Sher-Gill. Everything we did from our last series of paintings. So if you haven't done them, upload them to the Facebook. Join the Facebook. Join us. Even if you haven't watched one of those episodes, I think a lot of people find it particularly helpful to get a little bit of feedback on their work. So, yeah, I can't even remember what we're doing next week. I'll have to look at the schedule. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you in a few days. Enjoy the time until then, and that's all I got to say, I think. Okay, good night, everybody.